A very good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. Florida Cricket over East African Safari T20 Cup. And let's see what happened at the toss.
It is the second match on match day 2 of the East African Safari T20 here at Florida. It is a clash between two teams that won yesterday, Mount Satima and Mountain Kilimanjaro. Here we are with the two captains, Akram Musubuga, the captain for Mountain Satima, Nathan Mpe, the standing captain for Mount Kilimanjaro, and the match umpire Elizabeth Nakibuli. We are here for the toss. Heads is the call, and tails is on top. Akram, you've won the toss. What will you be doing first and why?
We are bowling first.
Why have you chosen to bowl first?
We want them to set their target, then we come and just chase it.
Yesterday you won the game by just 1 run. Did you make any changes in the team that is going to play this afternoon?
Yes, we have a youngster, London. London is in.
Thank you so much and all the best. Nathan, please come through. If you had gotten a chance of winning this toss, what were you going to do first?
Of course, we're going to bat first because, as this team, they're very good at bowling. So we don't want to chase because we will be on pressure.
Now that you're going to bat first as you had wanted, what will be the plan going into this game?
The plan to go with in this game, we shall be going with 10 per over as our target.
Thank you so much and all the best.
Thank you too.
Well, that is the news coming from the center. Mountain Satima has won the toss and opted to bowl first.
Robert Owidi. And it is a dot ball. Got Geoffrey Kakaire, the bowler coming in from the Forest end. These two teams obviously coming off their first wins yesterday on match day 1. And the first runs on board come off the bat of Robert Owidi. Right hand and left hand combination will have field settings changing every time they cross every time the batters cross. But Mount Satima winning the toss and choosing to bowl first. And that's a good ball across the line. Sorry, the body of the batter. But bowler has some words with the batter. Some kidology going on there. Sends out third man and fine leg, deep fine leg. In Stephen Otieno and Muhanguzi London Timothy respectively. Deep fine and third man. Good protection there. Body and soul fielding. Mount Satima buoyed by that one run victory over Mount Meru in a game which Richard Sohera was the difference maker. Good lines there from the batter, guilty of gifting a run to the opposition. Needless there. Amiri Ochaya, the man behind the stumps with the gloves, younger brother to Jaffa Ochaya, under 19 and Uganda emerging international. But a really wonderful day of cricket. Another thriller in the morning between Renzori and Karisimbi. I beg your pardon. The first match was between Mount Karisimbi and Renzori. 15-run victory for Karisimbi. But that marks the end of the first over. Geoffrey Kakaire. The score is 2 runs for no loss. Subuga Akram, skipper for the Mount Satima side, will take that ball. Bowls a variety of paces, and you have to be watchful of what he has to offer on any given ball. Coming in from the highway end, opportunity there. Good running in between the wickets. As we have seen, the pass score for this over is 130. Put that on board, you'll be more likely to win the encounter than anything else. Some changes in the field by Subuga Akram. Sends in a man to reinforce the cover region. Cover point, covers. And that ball right in the block hole. No runs on offer. Subuga Akram, a leader of men. Very athletic fielder. He will give you his everything while on the pitch. Not prone to any mind games. But his opponent on the other side, Robert Owidi, man with the blazing bat, when he gets his eye in, able to deposit that ball beyond the boundary ropes. Started off with a 45, brisk 45 yesterday. Unable to complete the milestone of that half century. Falling and disgusted with himself for not seeing it through. But pretty good lines. Robert Owiri able to hit that ball wide and on the leg side. That is his step for boundaries. Subuga Akram, knowing the danger, bowling wicket to wicket, balls it short over length. A very even-paced pitch, you would say. And plenty of red out there on the oval, including the umpires Nachibule and Nalumansi. Nachibule putting on that yellow hat, and Nalumansi. That marks the end of the second over. The score is 4 runs for the loss of no wicket. Julius Openjimungu 2 in 5. Robert Owidi 2 in 7. A pretty decent over from Subuga Akram, conceding only 2. Kakaire will continue from the forest end. Thick outside edge there. Owiri not in control of the stroke, but manages to pick up 2 to backward point. This morning you would have found Robert Owiri in the nets of this oval. A man who trains and trains hard, working on his craft every single day. Hit powerfully back Bowler taking evasive action, but that's just one. Yesterday, this opening pair able to give their side a very good start. A very quiet passage of play so far. These two teams, just like pugilists, are working themselves out, hoping to land the killer blow. Good shot there, stopped by the man whose momentum took him well beyond the ball, and they pick up two. The debate would be on whether that ball was dipping in time that Openjimungu played it, and it seems it was a fair ball, but deposited away, pulled full toss via deep mid wicket for the first boundary of this innings. Thick outside edge, and that is another single there from Openjimungu, marking the end of Kakaire's second over. After 3 overs, it is 14 runs for no loss. Subuga Akram will continue from the highway end. Had a very decent first over, conceded only 2 runs, and while he was coming through, realized that he needed to make adjustment to his field. Sends out London Muhanguzi Timothy to third man. Quite a very vacant gully and point area. A very offside centered field he has set for Penjimungu. The cries are out, they are loud. Umpire takes her sweet time, works the calculations in her mind, and says yes, that ball would have gone on to hit the wicket. LBW Openjimungu falls to the bowling of Subuga Akram. That shuffle that took him into the line of the wickets, straight ball. Subuga Akram bowling wicket to wicket. Look at that. Very poor foot movement. Didn't go forward well enough to stop that ball and make contact with it. The first wicket falls after 3.1 overs. The score is 14 runs for Mount Kilimanjaro, who were put in by Mount Satima to set a score. It is match day number 2, and this is game number 4 of the East African Safari T20 Cup, proudly brought to you by Mukono Cricket Community, Kingsley Children's Medical Center in Mukono. Premier sponsors Dafabet, of course, under the supervision of Cricket Uganda. Plenty of entertainment on the oval coming your way. Yesterday we saw a one-run thriller between Mount Satima, the men in red and black on your screens now, and Mount Meru, who are having a day off, will be in action tomorrow morning. And also we saw Kilimanjaro hit their straps quickly and having a commendable 40-run win, over 40-run win over Mount Elgon yesterday. That tournament featuring 6 teams: Karisimbi, Renzori, Kilimanjaro, Meru and Satima. Peter Ochen, the new man in, starts off with a dot ball. Ochen can strike the ball as well. It is the Oz coming in first in the batting order for Mount Kilimanjaro. Owiri, Openjimungu, Ochen. Ochen in at number 3. The Sun taking a rest. Very good ball there from Akram Subuga. Good recovery from the glove man Amidi Ochaya. Unable to get that ball first time, but makes amends. They take no run. Back-to-back dot balls. Very precious during the power play. As you have field restrictions, the aim is always for the batters to go over the ring, find those gaps for boundaries. Good running there, and Ochen will have to run in double quick time to get to this end. That run was manufactured by Robert Owiri, calling him man swift between the wickets. So the power play is for the batters to find their hitting range, but the bowlers this afternoon seem to have worked them out. Only one boundary so far, and before I could finish the words out of my mouth, Robert Owiri lines that up and deposits it on the shed. The dugout power, that ball angling in but moving to the leg side to create room, swings through the line, deposits it over deep mid-wicket, and you feel that more carnage is coming in from Robert Owiri. Fearsome batter. How does Nsubuga respond? Straight as a bullet. And that is the one bounce for. Suddenly the power has been switched on by Robert Owiri. Back to back boundary. One bounce there. Almost a 6. And that quick acceleration sees Mount Kilimanjaro 25 for the loss of 1 wicket after 4 overs. Current run rate is 6.25 and the projected score just above 120. The weather has been seemingly kind, but now the sun makes an appearance as Kakaire continues for his third over. Ochen using his feet to get to the pitch of the ball. Cover is an off-run zone at the moment. And we would be looking forward to seeing other bowlers in the ranks of Mount Satima. The man who received Player of Match award, Richard Sohera, picked up 6 wickets yesterday. There is the youngster London Muhanguzi, Timothy, another off-break bowler in Stephen Otieno. So they have plenty of bowling. Eddie Agaba so as well does some bowling. Unable to put that ball away, Ochen falling over without a stable base for him to push that ball onto the leg side. Usually when you're batting with Robert O'Willy, you need to give him as much of the strike. Good patrolling there from the captain at point cover. No runs scored yet off this over. Finally manages to break the shackles, Peter Ochen. Kakaire bowling body line to him and has troubled him for 4 balls. Make it 5 despite that 1 run he's picked up. Entirely not comfortable Ochen was, but it is the final ball of the over. Long on and long off out there to patrol. Straight. Does it bisect the 2 gentlemen? Yes, it does. And it is another boundary added to the total of Renzori and Robert Owidi. Kakaire yet to pick up the dive. Left a lot to be desired. And we will have the final ball as the previous one that went for a boundary was a no ball. Swing and a miss. Good comeback from Geoffrey Kakaire to Robert Owidi, marking the end of the 5th over. The score is 30 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. the last over of the power play, and Nsubuga Akram with Geoffrey Kakaili bowling in tandem. Ochen preferring to move to the pitch of the ball, and Nsubuga seeing him coming down the track and bowls it a little bit shorter to him. That's in the gap there. They should pick up one. Opportunity to catch Stephen Otieno rounding that ball, racing to the boundary, winning that contest there. Draws him into a fault shot, but well beyond the fielder. And he will not mind how he gets his runs, Robert Owidi, despite not middling that one. Man who looks very good to the eye when he's batting, and some shots, even when it doesn't get any runs off them, you will feel the power going through as bat meets ball. That's a good ball there from Subuga Akram off the surface. Good ball there. Obidi running without his bat. A pretty decent over there from Subuga Akram. 6 overs done and dusted. 37 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. Robert Owidi 25 in 16. Peter Ochen keeping him company with 3 in 10. And you would feel that if they can match up to the projected score, Mount Frenzori side might have better opportunity to win this game. A very, very solid team we saw right from day one. A fast bowling change from the Forest end. Richard Sohera comes into the attack to repress Geoffrey Kakaide. Richard Sohera, a man I will nickname Golden Arm, who did a lot of carnage yesterday, draws Peter Ochen forward. With that, what can he do in his 24 balls in this encounter between Mount Renzoli and Satima? Thick edge there. Well done by the young man, London Muhanguzi Timothy, a member of Mukono cricket community, turns out from Mukono development team playing in the league. A very good prospect who might even be a candidate for under 19. I'd love to see him come and bowl. Unavailable yesterday, but into the side now. A man at point, Mugisha Victor as well, all under Mukono cricket community. Playing back to Richard Sohera is Owiri. Protection out there at cow corner, deep mid wicket, long off and long on. Ochen taking evasive action. Already going via mid on. Picks up another run. Loikimba Mturaki patrolling at long off, keeps that one. Goes Aerial now, well into the plantation. Roberto with the power, he will take his sweet time. But when he lines up that ball, he will deposit you over the fence. Angled into his body, and he loves that because that ball was coming from out, coming in. That boundary 6 marks the end of Richard Sohera's first over. Concedes 9. The score is now at 40 for the loss of 1 for Mount Renzori. I beg your pardon, Mount Kilimanjaro. Captain Subuga Akram choosing spin for these overs after the power play, and Eddie Agaba comes into the attack. A product of Ginger SS, Eddie Agaba. And a similar field set for him as was Richard Sohera. He has cow corner, long on, deep square instead of deep mid wicket, long off and deep extra cover. Good fielding from Eddie Agaba off his first ball. That is what you need to see from your bowler. Opportunity to catch. Ball sails over Geoffrey Kakayare's head and the boundary rope. Maximum there. Good pickup from Peter Ochen, now finding his range. Ball drifting down the leg side, helps it over right onto the embankment, at long on. Good leg break there. Lots of wrist action from Agaba, trying to deceive the man. Very interesting contest. The fielder throws to the wrong end while Robert Owiri was already halfway down the track, and Ochen, having moved not a single inch. Pressure seems to be coming here, drifting down the leg from Agaba. That should cross the boundary rope, beats the keeper, who needs to do better. That ball not turning at all. That will be 5 wides. Agaba balls quickly through the crease, and that ball is up in the air. Who wants it? Who wants it? 3 people converging. No one calls for it. And Ochen will live to lives to baton. Skyer there. I think Mugisha Victor, man at covers, was distracted by the wicket keeper and the man at short covers converging next to him in his peripheral vision. And I tell you that Mount Satima need to take all the chances that they create. Otherwise, this pair can easily run away with the game. And that marks the end of Agaba's first over. Concedes 12 for no wicket. Score after 8. Score after 8 is 59 runs for the loss of 1. Some bit of excitement in that previous over. That opportunity at covers, 3 fielders converging but none calling for it. Mugisha Victor, the guilty party, to whom the ball was closest to, but to cut him some slack, seemed like those 2 other fielders were in his peripheral vision, distracted him. He was unable to get fully under the ball, and to a skyer, when you're completing the catch and you're diving, that means you've not gotten to the ball, falling short there. Richard Sohera will continue from the forest end. The sun out now, all bright, and a very good ball, first ball from Sohera. Robert Owiri trying to create some room by moving to the leg side. Goes out to check that patch of the turf that kept that ball low. We have seen those balls that keep low in the tournament so far. Well done, Mulongo. And I would not say it whether it is Kato or Luaswa, so I chose Mulongo because he is a twin. But good work from the youngster. That ball hurrying onto Robert Owiri, tries to put it away. Richard Sohera cleans up. A very interesting contest. Goes back, rocks back. Robert Owiri, good clean up there. Pick up 1 there. Well placed shot from Peter Ochen, realizing that long off is hugging the boundary rope, so mid off is in play, places it beautifully. Miss hit there from Robert Howidi. That marks the end of the over. Very good over there from Sohera. Concedes 3 runs. After 9 overs, it is 62 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. Peter Ochen, 13 in 19, striking at about 80%. Robert Owidi, 35 in 25, well above 100 strike rate. But Eddie Agaba continues from the highway end. An interesting contest to the man varying his angles into the crease. Closer to the umpire, wider. His all action dive put in there by the youngster Stephen Otieno, patrolling the Gary area. Opportunity to catch. It's a skyer. That ball swirling in the air. Geoffrey Kakairi unable to complete that, resulting in a boundary maximum. Good pickup there from Robert Owidi. And had this stayed firmly on the rope, he would at least have prevented that maximum. But just those few steps that he made off the rope resulted in the ball going way over his head. Clean bowled, and Robert Owili will have to depart after crossing the 40-run mark. Eddie Agaba comes in and fights back to dispatch the dangerous Robert Owidi. Departs for 41 in 27 balls. Second wicket falls for Mount Kilimanjaro. Trying to play the same shot, but this time the ball turning, ball to the middle stump, turns and hits the off stump. The previous ball that he deposited for a 6, same trajectory, but it was turning onto the onside. Thought it was the same ball, but he will have to depart. Number 6, Robert Owidi, leading run scorer so far in this tournament. The East African Safari T20 Cup 2026, proudly brought to you by our premium sponsors, Dafabet. As you can see, there are signage all over this oval, organized by Mukono Cricket Community and our broadcast partners being Deep End Sports Media, streaming and broadcasting partners. We are live on Deep End TV on YouTube. Follow and like, but above all, don't forget to subscribe, as we are the #1 broadcasters of live sports action in Uganda. With the departure of Robert Owidi, the new man in is Collins Okwalinga, OC. Three balls to navigate in this Eddie Agaba over. Very, very good ball there. Okwalinga having to use his feet to prevent it from cannoning into the stumps. Good comeback there from Eddie Agaba. Hit for 6 in the second ball, but now causing all sorts of trouble. He sends the young man into sleep, close to fast sleep, adding more pressure to the batter. Emo Kwalinga asking Ochen why he did not move an inch to try and make that run, but there are no runs on offer. Final ball of the over, and every ball that has straight down the leg has beaten the wicket keeper. This time round, a straight through ball drifting down the leg side from Agaba. He will have to bowl it to complete his over. A misfield turned what was a single into an additional run. Okwalinga rocks back on his foot, back foot, picks up one, gets off the mark after 3 balls. Halfway done in the first innings between Mount Satima, who won the toss and asked Mount Kilimanjaro to put on a score. The score is 72 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. Current run rate being 7.20. The O's have come and the O's have gone. Openjimungu, Owiri, all out. And now in the middle is Ochen and Okwalinga. I will have to look through the batting lineup to see if there are any other O's in this side from Mount Kilimanjaro. But Richard Golden Arm Sohera continues from the forest end. The sun now out bright, adding to the drama out there in the middle. Right in the block hole, putting the stumps into play, Richard Sohera is. This is the time for Mount Renzori to, Mount Kilimanjaro to accelerate. Opportunity to run out, throws to the wrong end there. The young man, no foul, no harm, as no run conceded in that exchange. Opportunity to catch. That would have been a worldie had the fielder managed to pick that one up. Richard Sohera running back to his bowling as that ball was skied. And it is always difficult with that ball coming over your shoulder. That is one of the most difficult catches in cricket. But good effort from Richard Sohera. The bats have gone a bit quiet, you would say. Boundary is draining up with the departure of that man, Robert Owiri. Good glove work there from Amiri Ochaya. And final ball of Sohera's third over. Opportunity to catch, but the man, that ball falling well within the 30. Eddie Agaba coming in from the rope. Keeps it to 1. Peter Ochen will retain strike, and it is the end of the 11th over. 74 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. Richard Agaba being bowled through by the captain. Starts off with one that drifts to the leg side, and that will be a leg by, indicates the umpire. "26 runs away from the three magical figures are Mount Kilimanjaro side. Okalinga Collins adding to his tally. We had an Emma Okwalinga in the first game of the day. Emma, that ball beats the batsman and the wicket keeper, and that will be 4 byes. That ball not turning at all. They should be mindful of the extra score of Mount Satima bowlers and fielders, because they've already been very generous. Eddie Agaba's bowling proving to be difficult to put away. Peter Ochen has been there for a while but hasn't middled any balls. That is a shot in anger. Well taken by the man right on the rope, Subuga Akram. Peter Ochan taking his sweet time to leave, because as you will see in the highlights, Subuga Akram right on the boundary edge catches that one. Skied Subuga Akram right there, almost going out. But what would have been a sure 6 results in a wicket for Eddie Agaba. 2 for 24 so far in his 2.5 overs. A third wicket falls for Mount Kilimanjaro. With Ochen, Openjimungu and Owiri all back in the hat, as you seen in your shot there, the dugout for Mount Kilimanjaro, a new man in left-hand batter, new pairing in the middle between Ossi Collins Okalinga. Mujuni Augustine makes his way to the middle. That Agaba appeals loud to convince the umpire that that ball was going on to hit the stumps. Spin trying to prove very effective for Mount Satima bowlers right now. Another look at that. Pitches well within the stumps line, and umpire Nachimulidis Elizabeth left with nothing to do but to raise the middle finger. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Raise the finger to send Augustine Mujuni packing. You feel that the winds have changed for Mount Satima now. trying to assert control onto this encounter. Augustine Mujuni coming and departing without troubling the scorers. As we have so often seen, Robert Owiri usually carries the batting of most of the teams that he's on. Same thing we have here, that when he has been, when his wicket falls, then there is a struggle. But Richard Sohera continues, thick edge there. Misfield from London, Muhanguzi Timothy picks up to dive ineffective in that instance from Muhanguzi. Sohera had to pick up a wicket, but being bowled on the trot, just it was like yesterday. Played off the foot. Well done. Well done. But a lazy effort trying to dart that ball into the bowler. Okwalinga realizing that the boundaries have dried up and now they need to push, running well between the wickets to keep the scoreboard ticking. They've been stuck in the 70s and 80s for a while now. Now some power, but that ball straight to the man coming in off the boundary at cow corner. Opportunity, not good backing up. Oh, and another, a non so clean pick up there from Amidi Ochaya behind stumps. But Mount Satima fielders guilty of costing Richard Sohera an extra run there. Balled shot, but right into the wickets from Sohera. And varying the lines, now going wider. Power from Okwalinga Collins, who can only manage to find the man at cow corner. Picks up one, retains the strike. End of Richard Sohera's spell. Bowled for, conceded 20 runs, picked up no wicket, but a good outing there for Richard Sohera. Man who picked up a fifer yesterday, unable to add to his wickets after 13 overs. The score for Mount Kilimanjaro is 86 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. Eddie Agaba to come and bowl his final over. Already picked up 3 wickets. Coming wider to the crease this time round. A tickle down the leg. Well stopped by the man at fine leg. The young tall and lanky Victor Mugisha. I would love to see the captain give the ball to Stephen Otieno, the man at Gully. Even Muhanguzi Timothy also bowls some off spin, but that one drifting down the leg side, not straightening up from Agaba, and he will have to bowl it again. Goes the other side, and the new batter unable to put bat to ball. Swing and a miss. The variety from Agaba deceiving him time and time again. That is the ball. Pitches on the leg side and turns. Great bowling there from Agaba. 4 wickets so far. And Nathan departs without troubling the scorers but chewing up some valuables. Look at that. Balls it on the leg side and it turns. Clean bowling, the young man. Very, very poor foot movement. Trying to go into the leg side to create room in a position where he should have played straight to that ball. It is 5 wickets down so far, but 88 runs on board. Mount Satima showing their fangs in this encounter right now. Well winning this passage of play, picking up 4 wickets. Sorry, I beg your pardon, 3 wickets. And conceding just a few. That boundary is completely dried off. And as we have seen that if you can get to the 120 runs mark, then you are in business as a batting side. That is the trick from Eddie Agaba. Always comes in and stops. Opportunity to catch. Geoffrey Kakaire, the man. And it is a fifer for Eddie Agaba. Great work there. Following in the footsteps of Richard Sohera yesterday to pick up a fifer. Jovan Komagum comes and departs. Fast ball. Does not get off the mark. Swings his arms, but his feet nowhere near that ball. Mount Kilimanjaro side in all sorts of trouble now. The mid-wicket conference continues between the bowlers of the fielders of Mount Satima, trying to clean up the tail now. We had another fiver in the morning game between Mount Renzori and Karisimbi. Harion, the off-spinner, picking up 5 wickets. And another fiver here for Eddie Agaba. Left with 2 balls to complete his spell, and what a spell it has been. And that is the trademark. And now you expect him, he will bowl. Draws the man forward. Final ball of Agaba's spell. Very good ball rising onto the batter. Dot ball marks the end of that spell. Picks up 5 wickets, concedes only 26 runs. Take a bow, young man. Receive all your flowers. You have stalled the advance of the batters of Mount Kilimanjaro. 14 runs done and dusted. 88 runs for the loss of 6. Yeah. Geoffrey Kakaire will come back into the attack, but you feel that spin has been. Sorry, I beg your pardon. It is Trevor Ngoli, but you feel that spin has done a great job for Mount Satima. Collins Okwalinga still there, 10 in 14, trying to anchor these innings, but unable to find the boundary. Starts off with a wide, and there is protection for Ngoli. Deep mid wicket, cow corner, long on, long off as well, and the third man, Achaya, standing up, and like I said, Ngoli undoing some of the good work that the spinners have done. Eddie Agaba and Sohera. First ball to point. Quick one there. And lazy running results in a wicket. Huzaifa Adam not grounding his bat in time. And he will have to depart without troubling the scorers. Guilty of not doing the basics there. The blame is all his, as he doesn't believe that he thought he had made his ground. Wideish ball, Richard Sohera. Oh, quick hands there. Quick hands from Amidi Ochaya. Well out of his ground there. And because he does not have the benefit of what I am seeing, he will feel aggrieved. But I will comfort to him in the recess that, yes, young man, you are well out of your crease. You should have put in the sprint like it was the Olympics. Huzaifa comes and Huzaifa goes. New man in. Raymond Kagera, the new man in, and a ball rising off the turf from Trevor Ngoli, who has managed to find his lanes now. Started off with 2 wides in this over, and his first Lego delivery managed to pick a wicket. And they will pick up one in his third Lego delivery. Raymond Kagera, more of a bowler, and not surprised that he's coming in at the tail end. 7 wickets down so far. Too quick for the batter there, Trevor Ngoli. Some overs to play with for the Mount Kilimanjaro side. We are just well into the 15th over. 8 away from the magical 3 figures. LBW will be recorded in the scorebook. Raymond Kagera departs. Trevor Ngoli, the moment that he got his line straight, causing all sorts of trouble. 92 for 8 after 14.5 overs. Final ball of Ngoli's first over, in which he has picked up 2 wickets. Chiweru Haddad coming in at number 9. And that dot ball marks the end of the 15th over. The score is Stephen Otieno, playing his second match, will bowl his first ball in this tournament. Starts off with a flighted one, receives the treatment. Four runs there. Collins Okwalinga with a rearguard action, trying to propel his side to the 3 magical figures. Otieno Stephen having to do some fielding of his own bowling. A better ball from the loosener. He bowled off the first ball. That was dispatched to the boundary for 4. The boundary riders being called in by the captain. Deep square brought into the 35 mark. Protection there to a bad ball from Stephen Otieno. Full. They will pick up one off that. Okwalinga rocking back to the back foot. But that is a better ball and line from Stephen Otieno. Trying to get into his groove. About to turn that ball both ways. The captain will do to put somebody there, because with Otieno now finding his lines, that area has been productive to the Kilimanjarians. Final ball of the first over from Stephen Otieno. Protection keeps it to 1. Decent over. going for 9, and at this point of time in the innings, not so bad for the youngster. 16 overs completed, and the magical 100 run mark breached by Mount Kilimanjaro. 101 runs for the loss of 8 wickets in 16 overs. Current run rate 6.31. Collins Okwalinga upping his strike rate, almost matching to that 100%. 18 in 20. Haddad Chiberu 2 in 3. And now we will have the other development side bowler, London Muhanguzi Timothy, coming in to bowl the 17th over. Has some variety and a quicker ball that surprises you. Good work there from Richard Sohera at point, as that ball was certainly going to the boundary. Puts in a dive. Great effort. Well appreciated by everyone on his side. Mount Kilimanjaro should use these remaining overs to accelerate. Just another 28 runs would see them pick up 130, and that would be a very competitive score in this first innings. Eddie Agaba in covers, unable to stop that, but it's just one. It is both a good and bad time for these greenhorns to be bowling. Bad because it is the overs where teams tend to accelerate, and good because most of the work has been done by the senior bowlers, and all you have to do is build upon that. A decent over there from Muhanguzi. Opportunity to catch. Kakaire off his line there, and the maximum from Okwalinga. Collins shuffle down the track, gets to the pitch of the ball, swings through over the head of the man at long on. How does Muhanguzi come back to that? Intelligent batting there from Collins Okwalinga, realizing that he's the only recognized batter left out in the middle. Picks up one at the end of the over, and the score is 109 for the loss of 8 after 17 overs. Muhanguzi's first over going for 9 runs. Two wickets to pick up for Mount Satima, the men in red and black on your screen. Won the toss and elected to bowl first. Collins Okaringa for Mount Kilimanjaro, men in cream and red bottoms, standing against that short ball there. Subuga Akram replacing Stephen Otieno, coming in from the highway end, feeling that it is time to wrap up this innings now. And every time Haddad Chiberu gets on strike, Everyone comes in closer to the inner ring. Opportunity there, but able to find the gap. Only one picked up. And with Okalinga on strike, the boundary riders return to their positions. Bearing in mind the passage of play in the previous overs, Mount Rwenzori would be a little bit satisfied. Swing for the heavens. And Okalinga has to depart. Straight ball. Akram attacking the wickets and having to depart for a rear guard. Resistance from Collins Okalinga. 9 wickets down for Mount Rwenzori. A straight one going for the power. Quicker there. Back of a length delivery from Subuga Akram, the captain. And now it's only 1 wicket to pick up for Mount Satima to complete this innings. All .3 overs to play out for the Rwenzorians. That is the mathematics at play. And John Paul Waswa Omulongo makes his way to the middle. Of course, Kato, his brother, on the opposing side. One wicket to pick for Mount Satima to close out this first innings. The young man will take guard as Okalinga makes his way to the dugout after some resistance there. As a youngster coming in at this time, it is an opportunity for you to play some balls, keep your guard, find the gap at slips and is off the mark. That would be welcome relief to the young man. That is always the start of our cricket careers as we navigate our way to batting prowess. Always find the one or to get off the mark. Inside edge, but no runs available to Haddad Chiberu. Shortstop comes in, and that should be another one to add to the thought of the Rwenzorians. Subuga Akram picking up 1 wicket in that over, ending up with 2 for 24 in his allotted 4. Decent shift there from the captain. 18 overs completed, 114 runs for the loss of 9 wickets. 1 wicket to go to complete this first innings and 2 overs to navigate for the Rwenzorians. It was a solitary over to London Muhanguzi Timothy and Stephen Otieno from the captain, and now Kakaire returns into the attack, coming in from the forest end. Good recovery there from Kato after that misfield from Richard Sohera. Short covers and into place. That ball keeping low, and it will be a dot ball there. The young man would be mindful to play forward. This is where your technique is examined, and while at the beginning of your career, the KPI is always to do what? To play forward. Good yoker there from Kakaire, but the young man equal to the task keeps that one out. The yoker, one of the balls that give difficulty to even experienced batters. The ball appears it is there for hitting, but then dips on you and you have to put your bat down quickly, otherwise you end up being clean bowled. Putting bat to ball should give Waswa a lot of confidence now. Change of bowling side by Kakaire to right arm round, but the young man looking beautiful. I believe even his captain has not sent him to hit any runs, many runs, I beg your pardon, but to try and say that he keeps Mount Satima in the field to complete the allotted 20. 1 wicket to pick up, and it is the final ball of Kakaire's spell. Look at that. Beautiful there. And some dozy fielding results in a run for Waswa John Paul. Keep strike. 19 overs completed. 116 runs for the loss of 9 wickets. Haddad Chiberu 6 in 9. John Paul Waswa 2 for 6. The last pair for Mount Kilimanjaro. Given a blistering start by their top order batters, but more especially Robert Owidi, opening with Openi Njimungu, and with the final over, the field setting is quite interesting. Short step, short leg, comes in, slip. London Muhanguzi replacing Nsubuga Akram for his second over. Starts off with a dot ball. Tries to cut that ball, but Stephen Otheno able to keep that to a dot ball. Reinforcements to slip. Gale in place. Strays to the leg side, and that should be 2 runs. Make it 3 even if they are quick in between the wickets. And yes, Haddad Chiberu going to the danger zone. Great batting from the young man, unfazed by any field changes. Yes, the fielders have come in close, but he will play the ball according to its merit. Muhanguzi Timothy straying to the leg side with a full ball, and 3 added to the total for Mount Kilimanjaro. Another misfield from Mugisha Victor, and they pick up 1. Make that 4 runs so far in this over. with 2 balls to complete the innings. Great bravery shown by the tailenders. Flighted ball beats the keeper, and a look at the leg side umpire indicates a no ball. So free hit to Haddad Chiberu. Unable to put it away. Catch is taken. Final ball coming in from London. Mohanguzi Timothy will see us complete the first innings between this counter between Mount Satima and Mount Kilimanjaro. Satima winning the toss. And that should be the end of the first innings. Mount Renzori Mount Kilimanjaro make 122 runs for the loss of 9 wickets in their allotted 20 overs. The last pair of Haddad Chiberu, 7 in 12. John Poe, 5 runs. The standout performance being Robert Owidi, 41 runs. And Mount Satima will need 123 runs for victory. We will be back for the start of the second innings. My name is Solomon Lubama Chigozi, and I leave you with the highlights.
The two umpires have made their way back to the middle. 123 runs from 120 balls for Mount Satima to pick up victory. Yesterday, they won their game by just 1 run, the opening match of this tournament. And that clash was against Mount Elgon. And now they return again, searching for another victory. Collins Okwalinga already has the ball to open up proceedings from the road end, whereas Richard Sohera will be opening the batting alongside Geoffrey Kakaire. Geoffrey Kakaire will be facing the first ball of this game. And now here we are for this exciting clash happening here at the Florida Cricket Oval. The female umpires standing in this game, Nakibule Elizabeth alongside Nalumansi Reste. To face the first ball of this game will be Geoffrey Kakaire. Here we are with the first ball of the game, and it is a dot ball. A very grim start there. Two teams won yesterday, but only one team will remain unbeaten after this game. And it is Okwalinga there, starting with the tough questions. 2 dot balls to start off the over. Fine leg and third man down at the boundary. Not sure when we see the two batters breaking the shackles, but it is an exciting clash. They are just making sure that they hit the good areas to make sure that they do pick up victory. Tries to hit that one, but a bit of an inside edge off the blade of Geoffrey Kakaire. Another dot ball. 3 dot balls on trot already for Mountain Kilimanjaro. Mountain Kilimanjaro yesterday won their game by 55 runs. They are a very good team when it comes to defending. And here they are again trying to make sure that they search for another victory. Some changes being made in the field there by Okwalinga. He takes away the fielder from the square leg area, and that fielder joins the slip cordon. And now he will be using only mid-wicket fielder to make sure that he cleans up the entire area. A bit ugly there from Geoffrey Kakaire. The ball going away from him, and he is swinging, trying to make sure that he hits to the yon side. Another dot ball. Brilliant start by Mount Kilimanjaro, making sure that they keep the bats quiet here at Florida Cricket Oval. Playing a little dead, but that ball could have strayed on towards the off stump, and it is another dot ball. One more ball remaining in the first over of this game. Guided touch and go And off the mark, Geoffrey Kakere, 1 run coming off the first over. It is already a very good over for Mount Kilimanjaro, end of the first. And 1 for no loss is the score after just 1 over. Peter Ocheni coming back to ball. In the previous game, he was really hitting some good length. And now he will be coming to ball the second over of this game. He's played for the under-19 in the past. And there he is to ball. Another ball angling away from Geoffrey Kakere and another dot ball. Kakere overheating instead of making sure that he just rotates strike to bring his partner on strike. At least let him pick the singles and make sure that maybe his partner can also come and face Richard Sohera. With it well touched, and that goes down towards short third for just a single. It will be now time for us to see the left-handed batter facing some changes being made in the field there by the fielding team. Peter Ochen changing bowling ends, and he will be coming right arm round the wickets for the left-handed Richard Sohera. There is an appeal, but the umpire says that's not out. Everyone looked interested, but not given by the umpire. Yesterday, Richard Sohera scored a 0. He was dismissed off a golden duck, and now there he is again. Very, very good delivery there, angling away from him by Peter Ochen. Well guided, and they do take the run. Brilliant stuff there. Touch and go affair, no boundaries so far in this game, but they have really made sure that they keep finding the gaps to bring some more runs on board for the side. Tries to go for a bombing drive, and it is another dot ball. That is a very good way of hitting the deck by Peter Ochen, not giving the batters any easy pickings. The on drive not helping him to hit that one on. The ball just drifting away from the batter. Good stuff there from Peter Ochen. Out of the blocks. And that will be the first boundary, taking a very good liking to the bowling of Peter Ochen and hitting him all the way to the boundary. Aligning it very nicely there, Geoffrey Kakaire. He knew Peter was bowling it, angling away from him. He just opened up the blade and played that inside out shot to find the vacant area at long off. And the boundary will bring us to the end of the second over. Scoreboard reading 7 for no loss. Collins calling back for his second over. And now he'll be bowling to the left-handed Richard Sohera. His first over, he bowled it to Geoffrey Kakaire and he conceded only 1 run. But because his balls are angling back to the batter, it might be easy pickings for the left-handed batter. But a dot ball to start off his second over. Another dot ball in the over. We've only seen 1 boundary in this run chase. 116 balls from 106 needed for victory. There is something onto that one. The umpire says no, but that is express pace there coming in from Okwalinga. All the fielders went celebrating, but it is a brilliant take there by the wicket keeper. Some bit of extra pace coming in from Okwalinga, skidding off the surface, and well taken by Robert Owili, the captain and wicket keeper for the batting team. And it is still a quiet passage of play. Into the gap for a single. Well done there by the batting team. Beaten completely by the pace, and it is another dot ball for Emmanuel Okwalinga in the over. A big opponent is calling his Okwalinga there. Final ball of the over. Animal extra space, but not good glove work there from the wicket keeper batter. Robert Oldie behind the gloves, giving away that run. Some good awareness there between these two batters, Richard Soira, so that Robert Oldie had fumbled it and he had to take him on. And that by run brings us to the end of over number 3. Scoreboard reads 9 for no loss. $114 runs from 102 balls for Mountain Satima to pick up victory. It has been a quiet passage of play. Runs haven't been coming easy their way. And Peter Ochen returns to bowl. His first over went for 6 runs, and now there he comes again. He's been bowling some express pace in the first over. There was an appeal, but bat and pad. And they do take the run. By runs, they are confirmed by the umpire. But more runs for Mount Satima. Two of 6 for Richard Sohera and 6 of 13 for Geoffrey Kakaire. Kakaire scoring the only boundary in this chase so far. He took on the bowling of Peter Ochen in his first over. Well guided down to third man, and Haddad Chimeru with work to do. Brilliantly done there, saving his team from conceding the boundary. And just a single they do take. Not too much control there from that shot by Geoffrey Kakaire. But they will do take the single. At the time, these two batters for Mount Satima will need to make sure that they try and access the boundary, because the dot balls are quite many in the first 3 overs. Takes him on and he just beats that fielder. But the fielder running in very quickly and cutting off that one from going to the boundary. Picking up the length very nicely there. It doesn't go all the way to the boundary, but it gives them a chance of picking up a double. Very brilliant in this contest of the game. Touch and go. And another single. Brilliant cricket being played by Richard Sohera and Geoffrey Kakaire at the moment. One more ball remaining to play in this over by Peter Ochen. He's been hitting some good lines and lengths. Third man and deep square leg at the boundary. Hit over the fielder. It is traveling to the boundary, but work to do by the fielder, Adamu Zaifa. Good work there, cutting off that boundary. And they will only take a double to bring us to the end of over number 4. Scoreboard still reading 17 for no loss. It is a time when we see the first bowling change. Emmanuel Okwalinga out of the attack and Adam Uzaifa getting the ball to replace him from the road end. I beg your pardon, he is calling his Okwalinga. There is another Emmanuel Okwalinga who put up a shot in the morning game. So some bit of a mix-up in the names. But it is Adam Uzaifa who replaces Colin his Okwalinga OC. 6 of 9 for Richard Sohera and 9 of 15 for Geoffrey Kakaire. And Uzaifa Adams. Right arm over. Starts off with the dot ball. Good area there hit by Adam Uzaifa.
Adam Huzaifa has always preferred to come from the forest end, but now coming in from the highway end.
Looked nice on the surface, but again it is thrown away by Robert Oli. They have been somehow casual with their fielding and they have given away so many easy runs.
Sometimes you feel that the fielders are doing a little bit too much. A brilliant ball there from Huzaifa, and what would have been a dot ball, casually the wicket keeper and the fielders give a single. Great bowling so far in this power play of the second innings.
There was an appeal, but looked like that one just touched the pads a little bit, and it is a dot ball. But a brilliant take there from the wicket keeper, because he knows if that one goes past him, his team concedes extra runs. So Robert Owili putting his body and making sure that he cuts that one off from running away.
With the boundaries drying up, there's been good running in between wickets between Kakaira and Sohera. Trying to cut a ball very close to the stumps, leaving dangerously there.
And in the current passage of play, the only problem for Geoffrey Kakaira has been overheating. Instead of trying to make sure that he fades the gaps, they will just need to make sure that they rotate the strike around, pick up the singles, and make sure that runs are coming, even though they're not getting the boundaries at the moment. But if they're getting the singles, it could not be something of big concern for the team.
Penultimate over of the power play, and they need to find the boundaries, like you say, Ivan. Huzaifa going wider this time round. Kakaire only swinging his arms, no foot movement whatsoever. Can't get to the ball. And they're very packed on offside with cover point, mid off. That has always been a run, drop and run from Kakaide two batters who are swift in between the wickets. And that ball marks the end of the over. Huzaifa's first over going for 2 runs. 5 overs done and dusted. 19 runs for no loss. And another bowling change from the Forest end. Coming into replace Peter Ochen. Jovan Komagum, off spinner. Kaokona and Longoff as boundary riders.
Yesterday, Giovanni Komagum was the player of match in that win by Mount Kilimanjaro. Starts off with a dot ball, the ball just passing close to the off stump. Geoffrey Kakar wanted to take him on right away. He changed his trade recently to spin, but previously he was a medium seamer.
Buys indicated there. So here are trying to pull a ball that is not there for pulling instead of playing straight, but that misfield from the wicketkeeper Robert Owiri as he continues to adjust the field. Reinforcements along on is brought back in and deep cover sent out. Thick inside edge there. Good ball and line from excuse me, from Jovan Komagum. Bowled wide and short. Only one there. A lot of examination will be ongoing for the batting lineup, that is for Mount Satima. Yesterday unable to post 100, put into bat first, but today coming into ball first, and with that the first maximum of the second innings from Richard Sohera.
Now when you look at that shot there, because he was bowling off spin, it comes as leg to Richard Sohera. Same time Richard Sohera will see it loose, he will go for that natural left hand shot. And you feel that some of the captain has missed something bringing an off spinner to ball at this moment, because there is a left-handed batter at the crease. He should have kept him a little longer and then brought him when maybe the left-handed batter has gone off.
You feel that he has brought him in and over early because the restrictions are still there. Unable to get hold of that completely, Sohera.
And now the pitch is still protected by only 2 fielders. If at least they had 4 outside the 30 yards, could have been a much better advantage. But one more ball remaining in this over by Jovan Komagum. Touch and go. Direct hit there from Robert Owili, and not giving them a chance to complete the run out. And that single will bring the over to an end, and it will also mean that the power play has been completed. And after 6 overs, 29 for no loss is the score, and more 94 ended from 84 balls.
Great work that has been shown by the old man about town, that is Collins Okwalinga. Came in with his bowling, and then the rear guard action, trying to prevent his run being run over in the first innings. You see him conducting and giving advice, but Augustine Mujuni will be the bowling change from the highway end. That drop and run has been one run too many, and this time round, Robert Owidi manages to run out. Godfrey Kakaire trudges off, disconsolate, knowing that he hasn't managed to stay in for his team. He called, but he was a little bit out of time. Robert Owidi running him out. Great work there in the middle. The first wicket falls in the 7th over. Robert Owili saying that I have seen this movie once too often. That has been the MO for the opening pair of Kakaire and Sohera, drop and run. But this time round, the wicket-keeper being alert to that danger, completing the run out for the first wicket for Mount Satima. New batter in, Amidi Ochaya. Wicket-keeper bat.
At the back of 38 runs, Amid Ochaya is the new batter in. Ochaya Amid opened the batting yesterday in their opening game, but today he said he will be comfortable playing at 1 down, and now he comes in early. 14 of 16 for Richard Sohera. Current run at 4.70 and required 6.80. Austin Mujini still bowling there, but 94 from 83. Not a very good ball there coming in from Austin Mujini. Not sure what he was trying. but in the end it is called wide by the umpire. Had more runs for Mount Satima.
Mujuni coming in during the batting innings, unable to put on even a single run, but has the opportunity to redeem himself and do something for the team. That should be buys as indicated by umpire Elizabeth Nachibule. Good calling in between by the batters. Quick runs in there, and it is all action in the middle.
Yeah, they are somehow committing to the runs. Play to covers, but another dot ball. Brilliant stuff there. Good line now being bowled by Austin Mujuni. Austin Mujuni looking a little comfortable bowling to the left-handed Richard Sohera, and just making sure that he keeps him playing on the off. Plays it to the onside, and they will take off very quickly for the run. Good rotation of strike. Two more balls remaining in this Austin Mujuni over. And again, it will be a rebuilding phase in this batting innings. Should be called wide because it's way outside of the tram lines. Austin Mujuni trying to ball it to the offside, but not managing to keep it within the reach of the batter, and it is wide called by the umpire. It is still a quiet passage of play. Hit to the onside. John Paul Waswa with a fine stop, and one run they will take. One more ball remaining to complete this over, and it's the left-right combination still in doing the batting work for Mount Satima. 89 in 79 is the current equation for this match. Beats the outside edge of the bat, and it is a dot ball. End of the 7th over, and 34-1 is the score. Uzaifa Adam will be changing bowling ends and replacing Jovan Komagom from the Forest end, because there is still a left-handed batter. The off-spin of Jovan Komagom may not be a very good option. Creeping through, and a dot ball to start off the over by Adam Huzaifa.
Huzaifa returning to his preferred bowling end. Coming always from the Forest end, where he's caused lots of trouble in the past. A so-so power play from the Satima batters, and you feel that they need to accelerate now a bit. Great work from the big man there. Ossi keeps that within the boundary ropes, picks up a double.
Yeah, that is when experience comes into play. The way you go to field the ball and the way you throw it, the way you cut off the extra run, really puts the difference between most of the developing players and the players who have been through through high performance programs like Okwalinga Collins. No foot movement there from Amiri Ochaya, and that hard line and length there will be unhittable by Adam Huzaifa. Amiri Ochaya and Adam Huzaifa, both products of the Push Cricket Academy. And as the Push Cricket Academy team was traveling to Nairobi last year for the Obuya Cricket Academy Invitational Tournament, these two players both went and played for Push Cricket Academy, and the Push Cricket Academy made sure that they win that tournament unbeaten. What a tournament it was, what a performance they put. Games were all played at the Lenana School down in Nairobi along that Mombasa highway. Touch and go. Good work there from Amiri Ochaya and Richard Sohera, making sure that the runs keep coming on board for Mount Satima.
Yes, speaking about Push Cricket Academy, very great contributors to cricket in Uganda, cricket education in Uganda, trying to catch them young, always having holiday programs at Lugogo under the watchful eye of the assistant coach of the Cricket Cranes, Jackson Ogwang, very amiable fellow. And cricket will take you places.
I love that, but there is a no ball call there from the umpire. Somehow Adam Huzaifa trying to angle it back to Richard Sohera, but that overstepping there will be costly for him, as the umpire calls it for a no ball and a chance for Richard Sohera to break the shackles and hit that one anywhere he would wish.
Huzaifa having trouble with the creases when he came in, unable to slide his bat to make his ground, and now coming into ball, finding difficulty keeping his foot behind the crease.
It will be just a single, just walking around it, Richard Sohera, but he picks up the field at mid-wicket. And you would feel that he would have played it a little better, because clearly you feel that he was seeing the ball and he made good access, but just managing to pick up a fielder. One more remaining in this over by Adam Huzaifa, but the kind passage of play puts Mountain Kilimanjaro in a very good position to win this game. Off the hip and down to the deep square leg. An overthrow, but the backup right in the good place there by Adali Chiveru, cutting that one off to just one run. End of over number 8. Scoreboard reads 40 for 1. Jovan Komagom now will be switching ends with Adam Uzaifa. He now gets the ball and he will be bowling from the highway end, long on, long off, extra cover, deep mid wicket, all at the boundary. Brilliant start there to the over. A little flighted and it floats in the air.
No pace to work with there, and that is his signature. He will float it. No pace, and batters have to wait on to that ball, otherwise you will be clean bowled.
Another floater there from Jovan Komagom, and back dot balls. I need what I need to be doing is just rotate straight, find the gap and bring Sohera on strike. Hit that one to the extra cover. Peter Ochen with a brilliant stop, but the batters running very quick and they pick up the second run. It was a very good the throw there from Peter Ochen, nice, but now undone by the fielder who didn't manage to stop that ball. The bowler himself giving a chance to an extra run for Mount Satima.
For such an athletic side, sometimes those extra runs are mind-boggling, but good work and good lines there from Komagum, attacking the stumps with every single ball. But now let's see what he has for the left-hander.
Yeah, we saw the left-hander taking a liking to his bowling in the first over that he bowled. So Hera Richard hit him for 6, and now the field a little more protected. Will be a boundary. One bounce for. Yes, the left-hander taking another liking to the bowling of Jovan Komagom, and he manages to hit that one all the way to the boundary for 4 more.
So Hera enjoying this matchup against Komagum. That ball bowled on the leg line, so to speak, leg stump line. Effort from the man in the deep to no avail. Some adjustments needed by Jovan. Let him drift it away from that, from the Sohera and see. But a very vacant slip and Gary region, so
he would have even bowled round, down, and a slog sweep, but he will pick up the fielder Raymond Kagera with a fine stop, and just 1 run they will do take. Good rotation of strike. Beat him for all money. There was an appeal, but not given by the umpire, and it is a dot ball for Jovan Komagom to end the over. 73 needed in 66, and 50 for 1 is the score as we come to the end of the 9th over. Uzaifa Adam returning back into the attack for Mount Kilimanjaro. He will start off with a wide down the leg, trying to reverse swing it.
if Huzaifa would cut out those extras, his figures obviously would be much better. But oh, good ball there from him. 2 quick runs. Will they be completed by Richard Sohera? Yes, he does. But Etiko past the wicket keeper, diving to his left. Sohera using the pace of the bowler more often now to pick up runs.
And I tell you, somehow I felt like Roberto will had held on to it, just realized that he fell a few moments when the ball had drifted away from him. Now you spoke about the extras, and no extras there coming in from Adam Uzaifa, overcompensating. Well, clearly the previous 2 runs that they did take were off the edge of the bat, meaning that is a good line ball. He should have just done better to introduce maybe a fast slip fielder to make sure that he keeps playing that line. But again, you see, for Richard Sohera, he will not use the edge of his bat to hit those balls outside off if there is a slip fielder. Adam Uzaifa and the captain missing something in the field setup. Another touch and go. They are taking on his arm. Run out chance. Not completed by the captain. But a risky run for these two, Ameru Ochaya and Richard Sohera.
A very, very brave run there from Richard Sohera. Making his ground at the non-striker's end and turning and coming quick. That pressure upon the fielder resulted in that run out not being completed. But living dangerously. I love the way he plays, going forward, using those dots and jabs to the ball. And you feel that the man at point is about 3 or 4 steps behind. And finally, Richard Sohera perishes after a brisk 27 in 25 balls. A man who has looked to accelerate the scoring for Mount Satima, been there from the start, but feathers one down to Richard Owidi, Robert Owidi, I beg your pardon, and Adam Huzaifa has his man.
A much needed wicket there for the team. That feather off the blade of Richard Sohera going across the line, the ball was angling away from him, and the umpire spot on giving it out. His cameo of 27 will come to an end, but a much needed wicket for Mount Kilimanjaro. The wicketkeeper nearly went past the ball, but in the end, good recovery there from him as he gets hold onto it. It's the second wicket that falls for Mount Satima.
And Ivan, we've spoken about the consistency from Huzaifa, and you see that when he gets that line, if he can consistently bowl to that, but sometimes you feel that he tries too many things, strays, so he's unable to build pressure upon the batter. But this time round, getting it right, angling that ball well past across the body of the batter. Sohera going for the big booming drive, only manages a top edge feather to Robert Owidi. Welcome relief there to the Kilimanjarians as they see the back of Richard Sohera. New man in, Eddie Agaba, a man walking already with a fifer in his pocket, and certainly will receive a match ball as per the customs of cricket and excellency.
Yeah, it is the third fifer in this tournament. Just 2 days of play, but I tell you, wickets have been taken. We saw the first fifer going to his teammate Richard Sohera. He picked up 6, and the morning we saw Hariom picking up 5. Eddie Agaba complementing that and picking up the same feat, but now work to do with the bat. With it on the offer, Eddie Agaba swinging hard, but not getting close to the ball.
Yes, the bowlers having a lot of joy, Ivan, but we've only had 1 half century, 52 runs from Conrad Luwama. Robert Owili threatened twice, yesterday falling at 45, today falling at 41, so batters need to pull up their socks. whipped off his legs by Eddie Agaba. The rest to keep that ball within the boundary ropes is on. The ball wins. Boundary for Eddie Agaba and off the mark there.
Very good on the onside. And you did talk about Huzaifa trying so many things. This time around he gets into the pads of Eddie Agaba. Eddie Agaba says thank you and manages to beat that fielder who was standing at the 45 yards. Welcoming boundary. And now they're striding on. They have 60 for 2. They need more, 63 in 61. Somehow they've made sure that the number of runs required and the balls don't get a very big gap. Wicket time. And it is the praise wicket. Look at the celebration there. Rating him off. Right in the middle. Middle stump uprooted. And Eddie Agaba, after playing a calm-looking shot that gave him boundary from the previous delivery, doesn't get one out of the block hole.
What a wicket and what a comeback there from Adam Huzaifa. A man we've cried out to have some consistency. Angling right in the middle stumps. Balled, rattled. Eddie Agaba tries to play the same shot to the ball, but this time round it was off a different line. Agaba unable to stay long at the crease. Even yesterday he had, I think he had a duck. Today managed only to score 4 off that boundary, and now, well, the Satima had increased the scoring rate. Huzaifa Adam pins them back. Good work there from the young man. Brilliant figures so far of 2 wickets, conceding 17 runs in his 3. And you would feel that there is a temptation by the skipper to bowl him through, all just to reserve that final over, maybe for the tail-enders.
Yeah, now it is rebuilding. It should be a rebuilding phase here for the team. Try and make sure that they now get back. Balandan Timothy Muhanguzi, who wasn't in the matchup yesterday, is now in. Required run rate, current run rate, all a little close. And at the halfway mark, turnovers gone. 60 for 3 is what the scoreboard reads. Not sure who raises up his hand first. But Amiri Ocha and London Timothy Muhanguzi are the current 2 batters at the crease. Jovan Komagom back to bowl. He has been playing him dead, and it is a dot ball to start off the over.
When Komagoma is bowling, you have to be brave to use your feet to get to the pitch of that ball and deposit it away, because oftentimes it's not turning, just bowled wicket to wicket. Batting on the back foot there, excuse me, Amidi Ochaya needs to closely watch that ball.
Creates some room and hits on the onside. They would have taken his arm. No, they don't. In the previous partnership between Amidi Ochaya and Richard Sohera, they were taking those doubles quite often, but now they only do take 1 run. And Alan Timothy Muhanguzi will be the batter take guard.
Making his debut in this East African Safari T20 Cup 2026. Proudly brought to you by our premier sponsors, Dafabet. I said that ball hardly turns, and Jovan Magum said, I will make you eat your words. A brilliant ball draws the man forward. What a line to bowl to, and that ball turning and hitting the bells, sending Muhanguzi back to the heart without troubling the scorers.
What a brilliant delivery there coming in from Jovan Komagom and Landani Muhanguzi, who did manage to get it out of his block hole, will make the long walk back. Drifting back, he went forward to stab, to block, bat and pad. Clearly good to see, but he didn't somehow keep his eyes on the ball. The ball rolling through and rattling the furniture. Look at that ball there. It looked like he had seen it went to block, but he missed everything completely. And the furniture rattled. The fourth one goes, and now it will be more pressure going to the batting team.
That is what almost like Shenwan. That ball turning big from Jovan Komagum. London Mohanguzi playing a wrong line. And we'll have a new man in. Loikimbam Turaki. Surprised that he hasn't come in earlier. Takes some time to get into the groove. Needs a few balls, but well in anyway. Just halfway past the halfway mark of the innings. Should have enough balls to show what he can do. But it will be Komagum's 2 balls to negotiate first in this over.
Roy Kinwam Turaki is the new batter in. He has some half centuries in our domestic league. And now he comes in to continue some batting. Starts off with a dot ball. A little loose and hit backward of the square. Chance for them to go for 2 or 3. As Collins Okwalinga gives it the chase. Good stop, and they will only take 2 runs. And the double will bring us to the end of the over. After 11, 63 for 4 is the score.
Final ball of the over. Loikimbam Turaki realizing that there is no man at cow corner. Augustine Mujuni. Comedy of errors out there in the middle. Bam Turaki opting not to take the second run. Just a single to complete that Jovan Komagum over. Score is 63 runs for the loss of 4 wickets after 11 overs. Amiri Ochaya still in there, 9 in 14. The new man, Loikimbam Turaki, 2 in 2. And just like I predicted, the captain will bowl Adam Huzaifa through, coming for his 4th over. Picked up 2 wickets so far. Starts off with a wide. Playing for the other side now is Huzaifa. A comedy of errors in the middle between Loikimbam Turaki and Raymond Kagera. Loikim well down the pitch and has to make return back. Jova Kagera with the ball in his hand wants to run out the man and was a little bit short, and Bamturaki lives to bat on in this encounter between Satima and Kilimanjaro. Better ball there, rising onto the man, having to take evasive action is Bamturaki. Will Huzaifa add to his 2 wickets that he's picked so far? And there's remaining balls. And he's bowling very tight lines there. Good stuff for stump line and aiming for the bails there. There is nothing as pleasant to watch as a fast bowler in full flow making that ball sing. Unfortunately, that is a no ball. Foot fault there from Huzaifa. And that, had it been a Lego delivery, would have been a brilliant ball. But now a free hit for Loikemba Mturaki to navigate. Good comeback there, rectifying the mistake that he had done. Bamturaki trying to use his feet to get to the pitch of that ball. Two balls. We'll see Huzaifa complete his allotted 4. And that is quite generous from bowler and wicket keeper. Make that 5 wides to add to the total of the Satimans, inching closer and closer to that 100 runs mark. 20 odd so runs needed. Well beyond the tram lines there. And that ball rushing to the boundary. Body line, bowling there, back of a length, ball rising. Bamturaki doing well to put his bat out of the way. Otherwise, Huzaifa is looking a feather to the wicket keeper, and 1 ball will see him complete his allotted 4. Does he get a wicket for all his troubles? Bowls it wide, which is cut away by Loikemba Mturaki, who will retain strike. 4 overs completed by Adam Huzaifa. Picks up 2 wickets, concedes 25 runs. Great stuff there. But the total score is 72 runs for the loss of 4 wickets after 12 overs. This match, Ivan, being evenly poised, and you feel that Satima have the opportunity, now that they have 8 more overs, they can do something.
Yeah, with the 51 more runs needed in 48 balls, they have made sure that the number of runs remaining moves close with the number of balls that they have to play in the game. And it's a much better idea there for them. But now for Amiri Ocha and Reikini Mturaki Wakant at the crease to try and avoid that dot ball pressure late at the back end of the innings, they'll need to hit some shots out of the blocks and make sure that they pick some boundaries. But Javagni Komagom is back for his final over. He's gone for 23 in his first 3 and he's picked up just a single wicket. Good stuff. That might have collided with his knee, but it is a fine stop. Body and soul, they're not working with so many runs. They'll need to make sure that they put their bodies behind the balls.
Fielder in a little bit of discomfort there. That ball evading his hands and colliding with his knee. Some attention required there, which will bring a break in play. But a very interesting contest happening out there in the middle in the East African Safari T20 Cup. This is match day number 2. This is game number 4. Already Karisimbi, and Satima plus Kilimanjaro, the teams that have so far tested victory. Kilimanjaro and Satima playing their second game.
Yeah, both teams were at the good side of results yesterday. Satima winning by just a mere 1 run and Kilimanjaro winning by 55 runs. But at the end of this game, only one of them will be unbeaten. We are back for play. Jovan Komagom continuing with his spin. Somehow playing it late, but he manages to get it off the pads into the gap. It was a clear chance of taking up the second run, but Loikin Mamtraki playing so cautiously. And this is not the first time he's doing so. He has already turned down many runs that could have helped their team to get closer to the winning mark.
Indeed, cautious is the word there, because they ran quite fast and the wicket keeper was yet to collect that ball. So at least even try and make a few steps down the track. But I think because there was a mix-up in their calling, that has affected his running in between wickets.
Well guided into the gap, and they will take the single right under the watch of the fielder at square leg. But you clearly know that the fielder is always at square leg, and it shows short fine and fine leg are not so good fielders, so their fielders you can easily take on. Going hard, the foot is out of the crease. Robert Owini affecting that stamping. Loikin Mamtraki, who has been playing cautiously, will fall to a stamping, and the 50th wicket for Mount Satima goes.
Quick hands there doing the work. Loikin Mamtraki cautious in his play when he got in, not confident at all. And this is somebody who can strike that ball. Unable to offer a lot this time round. As we take another look at that work from Robert Owidi. Nothing wrong at the moment there. When he tries to get up to play the stroke onto his knee, and Owidi had the presence of mind to realize that the bat was not grounded. Departs for only 5 in 12 balls. Jovan Komagum picks up another wicket.
Brilliant ball there from Jovan Komagom, not giving him any room. The new batter, Victor Mugisha. One thing I say about Victor Mugisha, he doesn't use his height to his advantage. Look at that one there. He kept stuck in his crease instead of stepping forward and hitting it with a bounce. Brilliant figures there for Jovan Komagom. 4 overs is bowled. He's conceded 25 runs and picked up 2 wickets. And as he completes his spell, we've come to the end of the 13th. 7-4 for 5 is what the scoreboard reads after 13 overs.
The second game of match day number 2, evenly poised at the moment. 49 runs required in 42 balls for Mount Satima, not so far from the asking rate. And you feel that just like we had in the opening game this morning between Renzori and Karisimbi, only being decided in the last few overs, but another opportunity for Satima to pick up a win. But it is Augustine Mujuni replacing Huzaifa coming in from the Forest end.
A wide for him to start off the over. Another interesting statistic in this tournament, Solomon, is that every team that bats first in this tournament wins. We saw even in a game where Mount Satima posted only 92 runs, they defended and won by just 1 run. So when you win the toss, you may love to bowl first.
Amid Yochaya finding the gap via gully. It was always one through. And you talked about Victor Mugisha. Yes, not very athletic, yet he has the stature, long levers, should be able to bowl quick and bat well, use his feet to get to the pitch of the ball, has that tendency of leaning on his bat.
Yeah, he always feels pity of himself and doesn't want to get out of his comfort zone. Even when you see him jogging around, he will always jog as though he isn't having any energy, so he needs to just address his personal cricket and maybe he will go far in his career.
You cannot blame a young man for not being athletic, but sometimes all you need is attitude and effort. So knowing that you're not athletic, have some other positives that you bring to the table. But opportunities presented to him to showcase what he has learned so far. And that ball is rising onto him, trying to cut it and also taking evasive action.
And now you see, given his height, because there is no fielder at gully, the slip cordon is empty, you can just wait for the ball, then just play that late touch, late cut, and it could be easy pickings for you. This time round, he goes hard through the cover area. Chance for him to pick 2. He is pushing quickly for the second run. Mugisha, and you clearly saw the area there from Peter Ochen. He knew that Mugisha runs lazy, so he gets the ball, he throws it to the wicket keeper's end.
If you ask him, he will tell you, I am going as fast as I can. Off the mark, Mugisha there for 2. All he needs is some confidence. I was going to say that the captain of Satima, Soboga Akram, missed a trick by bringing himself into the order, because him and Ochaya would have continued those quick runs. But it is the final ball of the over from Augustine Mojoni, and it will be a dot ball, as it's just a wide slash from Victor Mugisha. The scoreboard stuck in the 70s so far, 78 for the loss of 5 after 14 overs. 36 more balls to play. .45 runs required in the remaining 36, and you feel that, yes, as you see, Peter Ochen had, I think, has bowled 2 or 3. Emma Okalinga has some overs to bowl, and those are the premier strike bowlers for Kilimanjaro. With that said, it is Peter Ochen coming in to replace Jovan Kumagum from the highway end. Usually comes in from the forest end, but captain opting to use him in from the highway end. This game is still there to be won for the Mount Satima side if they can push on. Asking rate has not yet skyrocketed beyond mathematics, and so they need to keep, if you can't find the boundaries, run hard between the wickets.
one of the players with very great potential for hitting the ball is Amir Ocha, but he always plays cautiously. But it's time for him to get out of the blocks. A bit of a leading edge, near the edge, that one to the cover fielders, Amir Ochaya. But I tell you, that ball with its bounce, if you can wait for it and you pull it away, you stand a very bigger chance of picking up maximum dividends, because now there is no protection at square leg and deep mid wicket. So what he needs to do is just wait for it and try and align it on.
Only 3 fielders on the onside, fine leg, square and long on. Everyone on the offside for Peter Ochen. Going for the glorious, holding the pose, but made no contact whatsoever with that ball. Like you said, sometimes his foot movement lets him down, and he's only using the arms to try to access that ball. Just a little shimmy. Usually you find that batters will ask for the leg stump guard and will keep playing from there, but the better batters nowadays, they have that shuffle into the middle and will bring that ball closer to them. Another dot ball right in the body line of Amiri Ochaya.
And it is already a good over in the making there for Peter Ochen. He's kept Amiri Ochaya guessing. Peter Ochen bowling some good variations there. You cannot know which ball is going to bring next. And I think after facing 3 dot balls, at least look for placement and find the gap, make sure that you give your partner also a chance to get to strike and also pick some runs. But I'm not sure what Amiri Ochaya will do. Nearly made contact, but it is the 4th dot ball in the over.
Intention is clear from Ochaya, trying to cut that over gully and point, but not making contact, because instead of the back foot going to the off stump, he's going straight back. So with that ball and line from Ochen being wider, he can't access it. And now dot ball pressure, 4 dot balls. Moves away at the last minute. And some contention there from Ochaya. That was quite very late, as Ochen was already in his bowling stride, and the umpire says that is a Lego ball. Well enough it did not hit his stumps, otherwise he would be marching back to the dugout.
Final ball of the over. A very brilliant over there coming in from Peter Ochen. Hit and half-hearted effort there by the field that covers. 2 hands could have seen that one get stuck in the hands. Somehow undone Peter Ochen. Adamu Zaifa will see that one go past his hands to the boundary.
Finally strikes one in anger and prevents a maiden for Peter Ochen, but they need more of those. The batters from Mount Satima, and at the end of 15 overs, 82 for the loss of 5. 41 runs needed in 30 balls. Amiri Ochaya has been there for a while, 15 in 21. Victor Mugisha keeping him company, 2 in 7. Peter Ochen bowled 3, yet to pick up a wicket. Conceded 17 so far. And the old man in the team gives counsel to the captain on who should be bowling the last few overs that will see us complete this match. 5 wickets required by the Kilimanjarians and 41 runs for Mount Satima. As we saw in the first game, they pulled off a miracle. Call it a haste, winning by 1 run in a game that seemed was done and dusted. Richard Sohera wreaking havoc. But it is Augustine Mujuni coming into the attack from the forest end.
Mujuni has so far gone for only 8 runs in the first 2 overs that he has bowled in this match. Victor Mugisha 2 of 7 will be taking guard, and Amiri Ocha 15 of 21 waiting from the other end. No foot movement there whatsoever from Mugisha. Instead of stepping forward and driving that ball, he is fishing the line, and it is a dot ball there to start off the over.
Just like so many youngsters, Mugisha is guilty that his bat ends up facing to point rather than back to the bowler, so unable to hit that ball, but finds the gap there, and it should be one as the ball is in Kagera's hand. Well done there by Raymond Kagera, coming off from deep covers. That is what Mugisha needs to do, get strike for Amidi Ochaya. Run hard because Ochaya is quite swift between the wickets. But good figures so far from Mujuni. Look at that there. Ochaya trying to force a run there, but Mugisha completely uninterested.
Yeah, but there's a very big vacant area there. When you look at where Raymond Kagera is standing at mid-wicket, the next fielder on the onside is this side of fine leg. So if you can dab the ball there past that square leg, you can even get a chance of picking up too. Good thinking there from Amiri Ochaya. He goes again to find that gap, but he doesn't make contact. That ball brushing his waist, and in the end it is a dot ball. He again picks up that fielder, Raymond Kagera, at mid-wicket. The idea for him to try and access that area has so far not worked out for him. Glorious off drive, but straight to Peter Ochen at long off, and only a single they will do take. And the single will bring us to the end of the over. 16 gone and 84 for 5 is the score. More 29 runs will be needed in the remaining 24 balls. Current run at 5.25 and required 9.75. Peter Ochen will be coming to bowl from the highway end. Gets one stuck in the surface. It was going down the leg and called dot ball right away by the umpire.
You feel now that for Satima to make victory certain, this over should be where they go hard. But that is a tough ask with the ball in Peter Ochen's hand. A very vacant slip area. Also on the onside. Good Yoka there, right in the block hole. And 2 dot balls on the trot.
Works that one to the gap. And just one run they will do take. Peter Ochen bowling his final over. He's not been picking up wickets so far in the game, but he's been bowling very nice tight lines to dot balls up front, a single, and having Mugisha on strike will not be pressure for Peter Ochen. He so far bowled 3.3 overs and conceded 18 wicketless, but brilliant spell there from Ochen.
I was going to say that a wicket would make his figures look much more better than they are. Good watching there from Mugisha Victor to keep that ball away. He had moved to the leg side, realized that ball was still coming straight for his wickets. You find that they can't access that slip area as Ochen is bowling body line and right within the wickets. And that was the opportunity for him going for the fourth stump line. Mugisha just putting his leg forward instead of it looking at covers and mid-off.
One more delivery remaining in the Peter Ochen spell. Wicket time off the pads and to the wickets, and finally Peter Ochen will wrap up his over with the wicket. It was long time coming for him, and in the end he will have something to smile about as he picks up a wicket.
That ball angling in into Mugisha Victor, strikes the pad and cannons into the wickets. Great reward for a man who has bowled brilliantly in his 4 overs, picking up 1 wicket, conceding 18, just above an economy of just above 4. 17 overs done and dusted, 85 for the loss of 6 wickets. New man in is the captain himself, Subuga Akram, with the equation being 38 runs required in 18 balls. Now a little bit of a toll, as current run rate being 5, required being 12. You are going to see a lot of running in between wickets between these two. Amidi Ochaya yet to breach the 20 runs mark, 17 in 28. But it is Augustine Mojuni with the ball in hand, continuing from the forest end. The shadows falling on Florida cricket over down here in Kokonjeru in Uganda. There is a change in the captain's mind, opting for Collins Okwalinga, the senior head in this team.
One of the experienced campaigners. Formerly, Okwaling has played for the Baby Cricket Cranes, the under-19 team. Played a lot of cricket from Soka College Mwiri and Masaka Secondary School. Won a few trophies with the Soka College Mwiri, and now he'll be coming to bowl. Collins Okwalinga. 38 in 18 balls. The game still in reach, but now it will take a lot of batting off the pads, and the slower there from Collins Okwalinga is hitting the gap. They take on the harm of the young man, and they manage to pick up the second run.
Just like I predicted, quick fit in the middle there between Ochaya and Subuga. They are going to chance every arm there, but you feel that better foot movement from Ochaya would have seen him pull that ball between square and fine leg.
Overcompensated and a wide.
A glare there from Osi Okwalinga, but the umpire will be unperturbed as she's the one with the duties of adjudging the game, and they pick up one there, which will bring Akram Subuga on strike to face his first ball in this innings. A few boundaries would do Mount Satima good, make this game a little bit closer, just like we saw in the first game between Renzori and Karisimbi.
I knew Akram would come and try to overhit instead of looking for timing. And it is a dot ball.
That looked more of a premeditated shot from Subuga, unaware where the ball is just shuffling down and swinging hard. Appeal comes in from Okwalinga, but realizing that Nsubuga is coming down the track, balls it short and angling in towards him.
It was an appeal out of nothing there by Colin Okwalinga. Clearly there was nothing close to that. Even the bat was a little distance away from it. Inside out shot, and sweetly time there by Akram Nsubuga, pushing quickly for the second run. The throw way high and a chance for them to pick up the third. Good running, Akram Nsubuga and Amiri Ochaya.
Nsubuga's quick feet manufacture 3 runs where there should have been only a single, and brave running from the man who has been there right from the top end of the innings, Amiri Ochaya, a willing participant in these quick runs. A true testament to his tank.
One more ball remaining in this Colin Okwalinga over. It is from the pads to the hands of the wicketkeeper, and the dot ball. Okwalinga's third over comes to an end, and at the end of the 18th, 92 for 6 is what the scoreboard reads, and more 31 are needed for victory.
Required rate now shooting to 15 per over, just above 15 per over. 12 balls remaining. Change of bowling end for Augustine Mujuni, who comes in to replace Peter Ochen. Mujuni to complete his allotted 4. Hasn't picked up a wicket so far, but operating at an economy of just over 3. Considered 10 runs so far. Amiri Ochaya breaking into the 20s with the anchor role there. Akram Subuga, captain, coming down the order, but now having 12 balls to work with to see his side Mount Satima to victory. Won the toss and opted to field first.
What a shot there from Akram Nsubuga. Does it go all the way? Trying to use his feet to stop that one. But the effort there from Ochen Peter goes in vain as that ball goes all the way to the boundary. Akram Musoga with the kicks. Last kicks of the dying horse.
Great work running from his position at deep cover, but his football skills letting them down. Peter Chen. Bullets and accurate to dislodge the leg stump of Akram Subuga, a man who was batting with happy feet, you would call it, not staying in his crease, but perishes after scoring a solitary boundary.
What a wicket taking delivery there from Austin Mujuni. Doesn't even celebrate the wicket. Akram's leg staff being uprooted. He knew he was trying to take him on and he angles one back. Look at that ball there. Good length. The ball continuing. It could have missed the leg stump, but in the end, leg stump is uprooted and Akram Musobuga goes. I'm looking forward in this tournament. Tomorrow, two teams that lost games yesterday will be in action in the morning. Mount Meru and Mount Elgon will be squaring off. Then later in the afternoon, Mount Renzori will take on Mount Satima. Another exciting lineup tomorrow as we head into match day number 3 of the East African Safari. Which one are you looking out for, Solomon?
Certainly the match I will be involved in the afternoon between us Renzori and Satima, who are playing this evening. But I'm looking forward as well to Mount Meru to see how they bounce back from that heartbreaking loss, losing by 1 run while you had a top order batter giving you a very good start. So we want to see what they are all about. But before we do that, Augustine Mujuni has something to say about this conclusion of this match.
Yeah, Trevor Ngol is the new batter in. But still speaking about tomorrow's affairs, Conrad Ruama scoring a half century, but that half century not helping his team to win. He will be coming tomorrow trying to fight and pick another reason to redeem himself. An exciting match. And as you're getting ready to take on Mountain Set, I hope you're making your notes ready.
I've had bird's eye view of whatever is transpiring between this encounter of Kilimanjaro and Satima. Of course, looking out for the danger man Collins Okwalinga. They have a very good bowling. They have a very good bowling lineup, and the danger man is Robert Owili with the willow. Flash over the man at point for Trevor Ngoli, and they will run to Ivan called them kicks of a dying horse, but the match still there to be won. As the saying goes, it is not over until the fat lady sings, but she's definitely preparing her throat. Who would be at the end of that? Good line bowling there from Augustine Mujuni. Completes his allotted 4, concedes only 16 runs at an economy of 4 exactly, picks up a solitary wicket of the captain Akram Subuga. 19 overs, 98 for the loss of 7 for Mount Satima. 6 balls will see us complete game number 4 on match day 2 of the East African Safari T20 Cup. Proudly brought to you by Dafabet. All the action live, being streamed and broadcast by Deep End Sports Media. The broadcasting partners, tournament being organized by Mukono Cricket Community, superintended of course by Cricket Uganda, not to mention Kingsley Children's Medical Center in Mukono. Collins Okwalinga will take the ball in hand to see him administering the last rites to this innings. Required rate is 25. And Ochaya starts off. That should be a double. And a commendable performance, you would say, about Amiri Ochaya. Yes, he might not have scored a lot, but he has been the one to bat around by the others who have come and gone. You feel that the fall of wickets, Eddie Agaba and others who contributed a little, disadvantaged him and his side, and it is a dot ball from Collins Ossi Okwalinga. 4 balls to go, and the scale tipping more in the favor of Mount Kilimanjaro. Is that a little bit too late from Ochaya as it goes via long on for a boundary to add to the total? That boundary bringing up the magical 100 runs mark, make that 104 for Mount Satima. Fielders having to do some ball searching as that ball ended up in the garden. This oval, this beautiful oval, surrounded by lots of greenery. Skyer there again from Ochaya, and you feel that should have done this a little bit earlier on, then there would be a different outlook on this match. Sky is that one. Unable to cross the line there. Good work from Huzaifa. Okwalinga will have to bowl that one again. Strays down the leg side. And it is still 2 balls to complete this innings. Ochaya now finding the gaps. And is it the time for I Wish trying to force the second run? He's run out. Amiri Ochaya departs with 28 in 35 balls. The anchor around the batting of Mount Satima. His contribution proving all in vain, as with 1 ball remaining, it is Mount Kilimanjaro left to take all the glory. A new man will have the task of facing the last ball of the innings, and that will be that. Collins Okwalinga walks in. And despite that boundary adds just onto the total of the Mount Satima side, managing to finish at 112 runs. And an 11-run loss for Mount Satima. The young man, Stephen Otieno, getting off the mark and scoring 4 runs there. But the victory goes to Kilimanjaro, who are 2 out of 2 in this East African Safari T20 Cup. Mount Satima will rule their chances and opportunities. Played 1, lost 1. A look at the match summary. Robert Owidi in the first innings, 41 in 28. Collins Okalinga, 27 in 26. Peter Ochen, 14 in 20. Eddie Agaba, the pick of the bowlers, 5 in 26 for his 4 overs. Akram Subuga, 2 in 24 in his 4. Trevor Ngoli picking up the solitary wicket, conceding 4 in his 1. And for the Mount Satima side, Amide Ochaya, 28 in 35. Richard Sohera, 27 in 26. Kakaire, 11 in 21. But the pick of the bowlers being Huzaifa, 2 in 25. 2 for 25 in 4. Jovan Komagum, 2. Match team, 2 for 25 as well in 4. Peter Ochen, 1 for 18. Mount Kilimanjaro pick up an 11-run victory in game number 4 on match day 2. Keep it Deep End Sports as we continue tomorrow in this East African T20 Cup. Coming up will be the post-match presentation with Ivan Cyprian. My name is Solomon Lubama Chigozi, and have a great evening.
Good evening and welcome to the post-match presentation of the second game on match day 3. Mount Kilimanjaro has won this one by 11 runs, but let me invite the captain for Mount Satima to give me the commiserations that went through in the game. Had luck Akram, what did it was for the blood? You hope to do better going forward in tomorrow's game. Had luck and go well. That's the captain, Mount Satima. And now to give out the player of match is the umpire for the game, Elizabeth Lechul, and the player of match is the captain, Robert Ulu, who scored 41 runs in this game.
Exactly what we talked about. So I think that's what led to the performance.
For the second time in the tournament, you've reached in the 40s and you've not converted the half century. What happened to you well at the crease?
Actually, whenever I reach 40s, I don't know what happens, but but next time, hopefully I'll do better.
Thank you so much and all the best. Well, we've come to the end of the post-match, and tomorrow we'll be having a clash of two teams that lost yesterday. Mount Elgon will take on Mount Meru tomorrow in the morning. It is a wrap-up for match day 3.